need your kiss. I need your kiss. Just on nights like these, when nights are cold. I need a love. I need a love right now. I need you. And you know it's true. I need your kiss. I need your kiss. Just on nights like these, when nights are cold. I need a love. I need a love right now. I need you. And you know it's true. I need your kiss. I need your kiss. Just on nights like these, when nights are cold. I need a love. I need a love right now.
You know, sometimes I start before I say I'm gonna start. Today's one of those days. Welcome. My white balance is still off. I'm still working on maybe it's also partly the chroma key filter. Sorry, I'm gonna mess with my camera a little bit for a minute. I don't know what to say. But welcome. I hope you're all having a good day. I am having a fantastic day. I have the next thing for me to do for work is redo some Terraform. And well, I can write Terraform, but I don't feel very comfortable building Terraform. So we're going to be studying some Terraform today. While we're at it, hopefully we'll have some fun quips. And we can chat. And we can all enjoy each other's company. But before we get going, I do want to say, if you have never watched my channel, welcome. This is a fun and enjoyable Twitch stream. Usually pretty chill. I respond to comments, ask questions. We razz each other a little bit. And we just hang out. I'm still trying to figure out a little bit who I am as a streamer. I know who I am as a person, but who I am as a streamer, we're still trying to figure that out. But I love Go, do mostly Go, and we are diverging a little bit from the pure Go content. I think that is where we will find ourselves in the next few streams. And we'll start going from there. So yeah. Welcome. We could hide that sidebar, and we can get going. Let's start with what is Terraform. Ooh, I don't know if I have this. Let's see if, let me fix my sound, make sure that I have, ARC audio coming through. It looks like I do. So you should be able to hear this just fine.
Infrastructure as code tools such as Terraform allow you to manage infrastructure with configuration files rather than through a graphical user interface. Infrastructure as code allows you to build, change, and manage your infrastructure in a safe, consistent, and repeatable way by defining resource configurations that you can version, reuse, and share. Terraform is HashiCorp's infrastructure as code tool. It lets you define resources and infrastructure in human-readable, declarative configuration files, and manages your infrastructure's lifecycle. Using Terraform has several advantages over manually managing your infrastructure. Terraform can manage infrastructure on multiple cloud platforms. The human-readable configuration language helps you write infrastructure as code quickly. Terraform State allows you to track resource changes throughout your deployments. Remote backends such as Terraform Cloud allow your team to version control your configuration and collaborate on infrastructure. Terraform plugins called providers let Terraform interact with cloud platforms and other services via their application programming interfaces, or APIs. HashiCorp and the Terraform community have written over 1,000 providers to manage resources on AWS, Azure, GCP, Kubernetes, just to name a few. Find providers for many of the platforms and services you already use in the Terraform registry. Providers define individual units of infrastructure, for example, compute instances or private networks as resources.
Oh, I completed the tutorial.
You can combine resources from different providers into reusable Terraform configurations called modules, and manage them with a consistent language and workflow.
Use Terraform Cloud
configuration
for free up to 5 users. We're not going to be using Terraform Cloud.
It describes the desired end state of your infrastructure, in contrast to procedural programming languages that require step-by-step instructions to perform tasks.
But we do use GitLab.
Terraform providers automatically calculate dependencies between resources to create or destroy them in the correct order.
Should we start the interactive
Deploy infrastructure
lab?
with Terraform. First, define your scope. Identify the infrastructure to be used by your...
I quit. I know all this stuff. If anybody has any questions about what this stuff is, let me know. But let's start the interactive lab. Interactivity. Interactive lab is where we go. Woo! Interactive lab is fun and you can use Instruct. It's powered by Instruct. Interactive lab is powered by Instruct. Interactive lab is powered by Instruct. Please wait while we set up the challenge. Oh, I can press start. Create Terraform infrastructure with Docker. In the code editor, I assume that's right here, open the terraform.tf file. Well, it's Terraform, oh, it has stuff in it. This file includes a Terraform block, which defines provider and Terraform versions while you will use with this product. Next, open main. Source version required. This is a version required of Terraform, and this must be the version of the source. Main TF. It is blank. Copy and paste. So the provider is Docker, which we decided was a required provider. Whoop-de-doo. The resource Docker image engine X. I bet this is like the literal Docker image. Docker container image X image ID. Yeah. Now, inside the terminal tab, where's the terminal tab? Terminal tab, do Terraform init. Terraform successfully initialized. Okay. Provision the Nginx server container with apply. When Terraform asks you to conform, type yes and press enter. Terraform. I thought you were supposed to do Terraform plan first. If I do this, will it get mad? Guess it didn't get mad. Okay. Read refresh timeout. 15,000 milliseconds. Is that a restart? No, RM false. Cool. Ports. Yeah, we had to have a port because that's Docker exposing ports. I know half a thing about Docker. You know. After we do this one, then we'll try to do some, because we're deploying to Google Cloud, we'll do some GKE specific ones. I'm not going to do anything behind a paywall because then somebody could get mad at me. Okay, cool. So we did that. So now, if I do Command K, it doesn't clear it. Boo! Terraform cannot generate to take exactly these actions if... Oh. It told me to run Terraform apply, so I am. And then it said to type yes. Terraform will report... Oh, yeah, but those actions are what we already read and planned, so yes. I point as if you can see where I'm pointing. It's the only screen you see. It's like, oh, I have to point this way because it flipped it? No, it's mirror. Anyway. It's a whole thing. So now we did a Terraform apply, and so now we have built a Docker container. Like, essentially that's what it did. It was built a Docker container for us. That's really funny. What is the benefit of using Terraform to build Docker containers? I think there are none. There is a certified Terraform associate exam. Sorry. What the heck? Terraform? Yes, open in Twitch. Oh, this is from WizLab. That's the instructor. But like... Okay, so this exam is not provided by HashiCorp. The exam is provided by Coursera. I think. Right? I think the exam's real. I think Coursera is just providing a course for it. Right? Oh, it is a real exam. Whoa! Whoa! What the heck? Google's certified whatever exams are $200. My work's paying for that. Well, eventually. When my work decides to approve my budget and give me access to a spending money, I don't understand politics. That's cool that the HashiCorp has it. Maybe. If I fall in love with Terraform, we'll think about it. But right now, I'm not in love with Terraform. So. No Terraform love from this woman. So. Shh. I'm using my phone to secretly inflate viewers. I'm logged into my... How else can I secretly inflate the number of people? I don't have enough friends. It's the problem. I don't have any friends that just want to hang out with me. So now, drop the container. Terraform destroy. Okay, so now it's gone. Is that correct? It has now been destroyed. Enter value. Yes. Terraform will destroy all your managed infrastructure as shown. Yes. You've now provisioned and destroyed an Nginx web server. What? Check. We did it! Yay! I don't have any feedback. What's the next one? Associate to... Oh, these are for the associate. Ooh. What are the next steps? Collection overview. GCP. Oh, this... Why didn't it let me do the next one? Oh, this is what I already have Terraform installed. Let me show you. Terraform version. Oh, I don't have Terraform installed. Okay. Time to see if Webby does Terraform or if I'm back to Homebrew. Because if Oh, it does. What doesn't Webby do? I should be able to just run Webby Terraform stable then, right? Webby. Oh, come on. Webby Terraform at stable. Now I should have Terraform. Okay, I have Terraform. That was so hard. So hard. Thank you, AJ. Well, I installed it. And Webby does this for me, by the way. Even though I'm sure Homebrew would have done that for me. Yeah. Webby was so much easier than tapping Homebrew. Verify the installation. We already did that because I ran version. I already have that. Oh, I can just do Terraform install autocomplete. Terraform install. Was that a command or was that a... It was a flag. Autocomplete. Cool. Now we have Terraform and I can tab complete. Click to we already did that. We already did. Oh, I don't want to make Docker there. That's stupid. I do have 5 tutorials left in this collection. Okay, you can build infrastructure on Google Cloud for this tutorial, but Terraform can manage a wide variety of resources using providers. Yeah, I know. As you follow these tutorials, you will use Terraform to provision, update, and destroy a simple set of infrastructure using sample configuration provided. That's great. The sample configuration provisions a network and a Linux virtual machine. You will also learn about remote backends, input and output variables, and how to configure resource dependencies. These are building blocks to more complex configurations. Prerequisites. You will need a Google Platform account. I have one. Terraform installed. This tutorial is also available interactively with Google Cloud Shell. Do I have Google Cloud CLI installed? That is right there. The only advantage to doing it in the Cloud Console. Say GCP, create a service, a key to enable Terraform access to your GCP account. When creating key, use the following settings. Where was this one? Oh, well, everything provisioned in the tutorial will fall in the GCP pre-tier. If you provision resources out the free tier, you may be charged. You're responsible for any charges you will incur. I am an adult, so I am very responsible. Service account key. Oh, I didn't read through this. Okay, let's read it. Set up GCP account. Create and modify the following resources. A GCP project. I do not have a project. We'll go to my console. And we're going to use whatever one is logged in. Do I have any projects? I should have deleted all of my projects. Great. So we will create a project. And this project will be called... No, I want to add a new project. Terraform practice on free tier. Twitch. Create. What? Terraform practice. Should we just call it Terraform practice Twitch? Create. Create in project. Create. Create in the project. Enable compute engine. Okay. You done? Compute engine. Please select a project. Okay, project selected. Now I just need to see if the API is enabled. Enable! No, you can use, I believe you can even use Terraform to enable APIs. I believe so. But that's probably beyond intro tutorial. Okay, so I need to create a service account key, which means I need to create a service account, which you can do in Terraform. But isn't it circular? Isn't it really circular that in order to use Terraform, you have to do things that you would normally do in Terraform? So that's the circular update. Did you finish enabling? No, you didn't. So in order to create a service account, I know how to do that. Those are in IAM. Mariah, what do you do for work? I spend half of my day looking to see if service accounts were created. I am the owner. If you start emailing me, I will report you to spam. Service accounts. I want to create a service account. Service account name, Twitch plus Terraform practice. Good. Key service account used to practice Terraform plus GCP. Create and continue. Select a role. Did they tell us to select a role? I don't think we need to select a role. Oh. For role, choose product editor. Gotta love these. Project editor. Do we need to add an IAM condition? I believe. Okay. Then click continue. Skip granting additional user access. I don't need an additional continue. I continue. I don't need to grant. Nope. So now that I've created it, I should be able to create a key. Manage keys. Add key. Create a new key. Yes. And it's just there. Cool. Don't lose it, is what it said. Is that what you think, Lulu? Max? Maxie! You want to come say hi to Twitch? What's wrong? Oh, she went to look out the window when she barked. You want to come get scratches? Hey, that's my hands off. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, baby. Oh, baby, baby. Are you coming under? Lulu really insists on going underneath the green screen. It makes her feel like she has invaded my space. She will not go around the green screen. She will only go under the green screen. And under you gonna go under the desk? Okay, good girl, Lulu. Good girl, Lulu. One thing I want to add, I want to figure out how to add right configuration. Okay, so we need in our code. Do we have like a terraform or anything here? No. We have a misc. Yeah, but what's in misc? Probably 90% of this should just be moved to misc. Why do I have a Creative Cloud files for... Don't even worry about it. Yes, all of these should be moved to misc. Oh gosh. Every single one of the things I have in this code repo needs to be moved to misc. Terraform practice. Then inside Terraform practice, we're gonna make... I don't know what they called it. What did they call it? I'm literally gonna call it what they call it. They didn't even do a git init, those lamos. How do we have anything without git init? Am I right? So Terraform loads all files in .tf or tf.json into a working directory. Create a main.tf file for your configuration. And then open it? Well, why did they... I do know that they have a Terraform plugin for... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Does Neoformat have Terraform? It does. So Neoformat does have Terraform. So that means I need to add that somewhere. Just right there. Okay. QRST. Does anybody else do that? I'm really good with the first half of the alphabet, but R, S, and T, I never know. Those are like the three letters. I never know which one goes first. Just those three. Every other letter I can do alphabetically just by like recall, except for R, S, and T. I want S to go before R. And it's a whole thing. So now I should need to do a plugin update, I believe. You Complete Me does not run anymore because the other thing, Copilot supersedes it. Copilot turned off yesterday and You Complete Me ran. And I was like, oh, I wish that they both they would just both run. I don't know why they don't just both run. Is You Complete Me still loading? Oh, it is. I think I just broke Neovim. No, I didn't. It was taking too long to build the regex. Oh, You Complete Me. Thank you. Thank you, You Complete Me. Well, I didn't like that. Did it figure it out? It did. Cool. It took a long time. I guess I hadn't run that in a while. Okay, Terraform, Neo format. I'm glad we found it. It's been really helpful, especially at formatting things. So, we're all good. Okay, so now what was the next thing? Copy. Oh, I need to add the credentials file. So I need to move. Downloads. Nope. What was it called? Which one of those is a JSON file? None of those are a JSON file? Oh, is it Twitch IEM admin? Oh gosh, that should just be GCP Terraform key. Who decided that that was a thing? Is that literally what they decided it should be downloaded as? No. Where's... Don't they have a download history somewhere over here? Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, they literally called it Twitch IEM admin. Why? Okay. Terraform main.tf. So GCP Terraform key. Let's change this. Oh, we need to change the project ID. So US West 3 is Utah, and that's where I live. So US West 3. Not that we hate Iowa, but we love where we live. And I need the project ID. Oh, look. That's unique enough. They didn't have to add stupid numbers to it. Nope. I am pretty sure that Arceus, we do not hate Iowa. No, I just prefer Utah. Are you here because of your Terraform expertise? You're gonna teach me all the things? Well, I never said you hated. All the expertise, yes. I think you have it. What, Lulu? Yeah? So, see, I know enough to know I can change that. I'm not completely a Terraform noob. I still don't know. My issues with Terraform, I can write Terraform. I just don't think I can build Terraform, if that makes any sense. That's where I'm at. This is a complete configuration that Terraform can apply. In the following sections, you review the block configuration in more detail. Tip: to learn other ways to authenticate to GCP, see the provider reference. I know there's other ways to authenticate to GCP. I promise you I will not be using a key file for the rest of my... I will not be using a service account with a key file when I do it for work. No way. No way. They would kill me first. Well, they wouldn't kill me, but, you know, the work version of killing, which is, like, probably a pip. Pip! Or they let you off. One of the two, right? They're like, no, we're just gonna downsize your department, which is the work version of them being lazy and not want to do a pip. Pip! The Terraform curly brace curly place block contains Terraform settings, including the required provider Terraform will use to provision your infrastructure. That was right over here. Provider. For each provider, the source attributes defines optional hostname, namespace, and provider type. We didn't add that. We did add a provider type. Oh, we didn't add a provider type. Terraform installs providers from the Terraform registry by default. In this example, the Google providers defined a HashiCorp Google, which is shorthand registry for registry Terraform IO HashiCorp Google. I don't know of anybody who doesn't. Do people use things? But I mean, I guess you use modules. You can. I guess people do custom providers, but not for like Google. Nobody's writing their own custom Google provider, right? Nobody does that. That's weird. You can define a version constraint for each provider in the required providers block. Oh, that's where we do a version constraint. Blah, gotcha. The version attribute is optional, but we recommend enforcing it. That sounds like a security professional. The provider block configures the service provider, which is Google. Yes. The resource block defines the components of your infrastructure. I knew that. In this one, we are only defining a VPC network. I have never seen a Terraform instance without a VPC network, so maybe they'll give me some stuff for that. This resource blocks have two strings before the block, the resource type and the resource name. In this example, the resource type is Google Compute Network and the name is VPC Network. The prefix of the type maps the name of the provider. In this example configuration, Terraform manages the Google Compute Network resource with the Google provider. Together, the resource type and the resource name form a unique ID for the resource. For example, the ID for your network is Google Compute Network.VPC Network. Good to know. Oh, well, that's a really weird unique ID. It's just because there's nothing. I understand that that's a unique ID because there's not another thing, but it's weird. It's weird. That's not what I consider most things to be UUIDs. Anyway. Oh, my mouse is really struggling. Resource blocks contain arguments which you use to configure your resource. Yeah, I kind of all knew that, but I'm nice to hear it in words. Arguments can include things like machines, disk images, or VPC IDs. The Terraform Registry GCP documentation page documents the required and optional arguments for each resource. For example, you can read the Google Compute Network documentation to review the resource-supported arguments and active attributes. This was not created by ChatGPT, unlike most of my resources. This was definitely written by a technical writer, someone who is human. These is human words. That tells you how easy ChatGPT is to spot. So why do I use it for all of my blog posts? Because I'm lazy. The GCP provider documents reported sources, including Google Compute Network. Okay. Let's run a Terraform init. This downloads the provider-defined configurations. Terraform init! Terraform init. What is in it? I don't know. Terraform has been successfully initialized. Now, okay. No, you're really not Arceus. I think you're a robot. Part robot? Terraform plan. That's not how you spell plan. Terraform plan. I'm pretty sure ZSH has a Terraform plugin. So instead of writing all these things out the long way, I could write it out the short way. Which I should not do. I should learn the correct ones. But oh, I knew they had a Terraform plugin. Look at that. TF, TFA, TFC, TF... There's a console?! What?! What does that do?! I just got sidetracked. Oh, I know about Fumped. Oh, so I could, like, write resource types in the console. It's like live editing. That's crazy. Why would they even provide a console? Why would you provide a console? Oh, they didn't even tell us to write Terraform Fumped. I mean, I'm already doing it because I added the editor to my NeoVim. Which I use NeoVim not even as NeoVim. So, because I use Vimplug. So, get mad at me. Okay, Terraform init. And then I ran Terraform plan. I don't need to do Terraform Fumped because we already did that. You all saw me add the formatter to my Neo format. So, now let's do Terraform validate. I copied it. It better be valid. Create infrastructure. Should we do a Terraform apply? Okay, let's see what happens. Terraform apply. This plan will add 1, change 0, and destroy 0. And what are we adding? We're adding a VPC network. Should we do it? Yes. And they told me that everything, if I don't do anything outside the scope of this tutorial, it'll all be free. So, I will not pay any money for this. Arceus, if you're a real human, do you charge for your services? Cowtail, free is nice. It is nice, Cowtail. How are you doing, Cowtail? I got that Windows machine running behind me. I just need to set up VNC. I've decided I'm not going to format it as a Linux machine. I'm just going to set up a VNC from here and run it as run WSL. It just seems easier. I just have to sit down and do that. Yay! Apply complete. Okay, should we... They're going to tell me to do... Create infrastructure. We did that. Terraform will indicate... Whatever works, works. It does work. Yay. Inspect the state. Should we look at TF state? Look at TF show? Terraform show. That is the state. Works, works. Works, works. Emulation? Like, what are you trying to emulate? The only things I ever hear emulated are, like, video games. So what are you trying to emulate? Cowtail? Oh, emulating a CPU. Have fun. My goodness, that's a thing to learn. I just want to learn Terraform so I can do my job and get paid. What is the benefit of emulating your CPU? Oh, great. See, it doesn't... okay, I think this is... The change is the next tutorial. It's on the side. But let's go check our thing and make sure we have a VPC. Wanting to emulate something 4-bit though, so I've been adding my own custom instructions and referencing existing instruction set. Oh, so like, okay, so emulating, so that you can make custom programs on something that's an emulated CPU. I get it. 4-bit's pretty tiny. I just want to look at the network tab because we created one of those. No, stop. Continue. Just relax. There it is. We have the default, and then we have Terraform, which has no firewall rules. Completely open to the internet. Take advantage. Yeah, I've used emulators. Like, I use for video games, for Pokemon. Because Pokemon. You know, so like GBA emulators or Nintendo DS emulators. GBA is 16-bit. I think Nintendo DS is 32. Like, let's be honest. Nintendo isn't like super fancy, so. If I did something like 8086, it could probably run some old games. But I'm trying to make my own compute and maybe translating an existing instruction set into my own. My goodness. That sounds awesome and hard. So, you do it. Like, my heck. Okay, we do have our... You do that. Arceus, that... I didn't know that that's what they make you do in college. Because I studied physics, and we didn't do that. We just, did the maths. My senior year of college, of my physics program, was entirely consumed with, writing a senior thesis. That was literally consumed my whole life. It was the worst. I mean, I'm glad I did it. But, and we had to do the whole thing in LaTeX, so. Previous tutorial, you created your... I'm also interested to learn about these, so if you have anything Arceus or Cowtail, tell me about your VPC emulation and just know I'll probably never do it. But I'm interested to learn about it. You created your VPC network. I did create a VPC network. In this tutorial, you'll modify your configuration and learn how to play changes. Infrastructure is continuously evolving, and Terraform was built to help you manage resources over their lifecycle. When you update Terraform configurations, Terraform builds an execution plan that only modifies what was necessary to reach your desired state. When using Terraform in production, we recommend that you use a version control system to manage your configuration files and store your state in a remote backend such as Terraform Cloud or Terraform Enterprise. Can I store my state in Google Cloud? I have TF state somewhere over here, right? Yes, right there. Terraform.ts state. There's also the Google key. I'm gonna destroy the project after this, so. Create a new resource. Now let's create a new resource by adding them to your Terraform configuration and running Terraform apply. We're gonna, VM instance. Adding the following configuration for a Google Compute instance in your Terraform main. I know I can, right underneath the other one. So we got a new resource, and we can add as many resources as we want, to my understanding. Terraform instance. That's a good name. It's a VM instance. It's on the F1 micro. We're running Debian on it because why not run Debian? And the network is Google Compute Network, VPC Network, and that's not the name. The name is Terraform Network. Terraform Network. So now it does appear that You Complete Me and Copilot are running hand in hand. The You Complete Me was that box, and the Copilot was the words. Access config. None. Note. The order in which resources are defined in your configuration file does not affect how the Terraform provisions your resources. You should organize your configuration files however is easiest for you to manage. So I could put them in a bunch of files, which is what most people do, right? I don't know. I guess we have Terraform mains, but at Tailscale we never did we had one Terraform main and everything else was like blank Terraform, blank TF. Like whatever the service name was, essentially. This new resource includes a few arguments. The machine, the name, the machine type are simple strings, but boot disk and network interface are more complex blocks. You can see all of the supported arguments in the resource for the resource in the GCP provider documentation. Don't I have that open somewhere? Nope. Oop. That was the wrong thing. I should open that. Yes, I've looked at these docs before. This is everything you could specify. But the one thing that I've never understood, you have these things, these example usages, and like, that don't tell you everything you can specify, but they give you more than you need, more than the minimum. And then these are everything, but it always seems like jumping to get between one to the other. The more you learn about computers, the less secure everything feels, says Cowtail. I think nothing is secure. Like, the truth of it is, I think everything is insecure. And you run into the situation of people who care and people who don't care. People who care would be the one accessing, and the people who care would be the ones who don't access, so. And then the racket that is, I'm trying to figure out a name for this. I think I'm calling it the Security Industrial Complex, which is selling security tools that do absolutely nothing, just to say you have them. You know, new resources include a few arguments. Oh, we already did that. Your compute instances will use a Debian operating system and will be connected to the VPC. Notice how the configuration refers to the property compute VPC network name. This establishes dependency on the resource. Oh, that needs to be name. Does that need to be named? Because it's VPC resource name. It does need to be named. Because we're like pointing to the attribute. Somebody knows more than me. It's like realizing that a computer is not different from a notebook filled with text and a table of contents. And any user who gets their hands on that notebook can do anything they want. Well, yeah, but computers aren't really notebooks. They're computational machines. So, like, I guess they're machines, but yes. It's a machine that if anybody gets their hands on, they can do what they want. So, that is accurate. The presence of the access config blocks, even without arguments, gives the VM an external IP address, making it accessible over the internet. Yeah, we knew that. Tip: all traffic instances, even from other instances, is blocked by a firewall unless firewall rules are created to allow it. Add a Google Compute file resource to allow traffic to your instance. Arceus is Arch Cloud blocked? Is Arch Cloud locked to the outside, or is it not locked to the outside? Could I get into it right now? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking about the access patterns. Maybe. I still think that there is a lot of fear around compute that provides a lot of intrinsic security. Now run Terraform apply. I'm not creating a firewall, by the way. This is just going to exist. And then yes, okay. Let's go see what it does. So Terraform, but it says to do Terraform plan. Okay, I like to review this first. It makes me feel less like clicky. Can IP forward false? It says that should be false unless I add the IP address. Auto delete, that's fine. Read-write mode, it's doing Debian and it's on a network. Encryption is one of the things that actually does feel like a layer of magic on top of an unsecured notebooks. Yeah, what makes encryption fun though is apparently I had a training on this week. We have to maintain compliance, we have to do so many hours of security training, and it's dumb. I mean, it's very normal for people who care about compliance, but they were talking about all of the security keys, all of the encryption methods that aren't secure enough. And I'm sitting here like, why are they available if they're not secure enough? Is backwards compatibility that important? Like, they're like, RSA's not secure enough. H5MD is not secure enough. And I'm just like, but it's there. You want all of these people who are not cryptographers to know what is and what is not secure enough? Just get rid of the options that aren't secure enough. I'm sorry. Like, it said everything except for one random encryption thing that wasn't even available in the Go Standard library, by the way. Which means it's not even worth my time. Applied Cryptography by Bruce Schneier. I'm sorry. Yep, both of those are... I mean, but the thing is, though, I think they're fine for a lot of use cases. It's just like... they can be decrypted, but that doesn't mean... But in what cases does somebody actually try to decrypt as opposed to just look for the next thing that's not encrypted, right? If I was a hacker, I would be the lazy person looking for whoever's not encrypting as opposed to trying to decrypt. I don't know. That's just my thought. Oh, the apply completed. We should have a VM now. Oh, look, we do! With an internal and an external IP. Modify your configuration. In addition to creating resources, Terraform, to be fair, MD5, neither MD5 nor SHA-1 is encryption. They're just one-way hashes. But they're cryptographic hashes. I think colloquially, we consider them encryption. Okay. Add a tag. Right? You would, like, people talk about them as if they were encryption, so why would we say that they're technically only one-way hashes? I don't even know what the difference is, so... There's my level of expertise in security for you. And then we do a Terraform apply and we see what's changed. Oh, a destructive change? I'll probably need to read about destructive changes because I don't think I've ever done that. I just read Terraform plan. Hashes can never be turned back to their original text? Then why do we hash things? Just for hash maps? That doesn't make any sense. Tag is not expected to be there. Did I mean tags? Yeah, probably did. That's why I ran Terraform plan. I'm so glad I have Terraform thumped running on save. Gotta love it. Oh. So you can use them to unhash. Is that why when you hash things you have to have a seed? Is that so that you can... I don't get it. I just write it in code when people tell me to. That's how I do most things. So now I should be able to do Terraform plan. I did mean plan. No, with an N. We hash so we can verify things. Yeah, but... you said they're not secure so they can be spoofed. You use a hash to prove something is the thing, i.e. your password gets hashed. The hash is saved. Then the next time you log in, it rehashes your password and compares the new hash to the old hash. And that's just so we don't store passwords in plain text? Okay. My tummy's growling. You know, I don't understand. You're overloading my brain with Terraform and hashing. It can prove tampering sometimes, but you just said it's not secure, which means we can spoof it, right? If it's one of those non-secure ones. One thing was changed. Good. Introducing destructive changes. A destructive change is a change that requires the provider to replace the existing source rather than updating it. This usually happens because the cloud provider does not support updating the resource in the way described in your configuration. Changing the disk image of your instance is one example of a destructive change. Edit the boot disk block inside the VM instance resource in your configuration file to change the image parameter as follows. Tip. Only MD5 and SHA-1 aren't secure. Well, those are the only two I've ever used. Probably in tutorials. The below snippet is formatted as a diff to give you context in your configuration. Oh yeah, I already figured that out a long time ago. Okay, let's change it. Whop. And so now we run Terraform apply. Okay. Terraform plan. I keep running Terraform plan even though it tells me I don't need to. Forces replacement. That's why. I want to see the difference. Also, I feel like I should run Terraform plan in my pipeline thing. So, will you go away, you dumb bar? Terraform apply. But also doesn't necessarily mean it'd be possible to create a malicious program that also has the same hash as the original. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I've never. That's the intent of the hash, right? Is so that something can't be recreated. So. I don't know. That just feels like something. There are things that I actively choose not to learn. And I feel like. Oh, SHA-265. Yeah, that's the other one I've used. A collisionist tack is finding something that hashes to the same thing. I guess. So, like, there are certain, like, weird crypto hacky things like this that I actively try not to remember. Like, brain don't store this information. Because I don't want to recall it randomly. Is that bad? Is it weird to actively try and not remember things? I've been doing that with LLMs for a long time. And now I have that project to build my own, so I should circle around and figure out my stuff. No, I have no choice. Does anybody actually use Pulumi instead of Terraform? Like, I hear Pulumi floated around, and I know people use it. I just never met anybody that, like, actively uses Pulumi for their infrastructure. And I run into a lot of people that actively use Terraform for their infrastructure. So, destruction complete. And then it created a new one. Still destroying, still destroying, still destroying, still destroying, still destroying. I already did the terraform apply. I skipped ahead before reading. Terraform plus minus means it will destroy the resources. It said destroying, still destroying. It said still destroying for a long time, and then it said creation. Yay, it's complete! You have now created modified infrastructure using Terraform. You will now learn how to destroy Terraform managed infrastructure. Once you no longer need infrastructure, you might want to destroy it to reduce your security exposure and costs. I want to say something about how security's stupid, but they're right. Having things you don't use is security exposure. For example, you may remove a product environment from a service. You want to make your own blockchain from scratch someday, Kowtow? Good on you, man. I'm sitting here and I don't think I could. Manage short-lived... That's a cryptography thing for sure. Environments like building or testing systems. In addition to building and modifying infrastructure, Terraform can restore and create resources it manages. So, like, this fact that it is so easy to create and destroy, I don't know if that should necessarily make something ephemeral, but it seems like it should be very, very easy to sandbox things with Terraform. Which, I don't know if you agree, Arceus. It feels a lot like what we're not supposed to do with some of the GCP infrastructure we have. Like, we are very much on this weird, get it right the first time or else you fail situation. And I think that's very anti-progress. Once you no longer need infrastructure, oh, we already read that. Terraform Destroy terminates resources managed by your Terraform project. This command is the reverse of Terraform Apply, in that it terminates all the resources specified in your Terraform state. It does not destroy resources running elsewhere that are not managed in your current Terraform project. So, like, if I ran destroy, it'll destroy everything in the file. But my question is, what if I just did this? If I just did this, and I just was like, hey, I don't want the compute instance anymore. And I do Terraform plan. Will that destroy it? No. Terraform use this. Oh no, Terraform compute will be destroyed. So removing it from your thing will destroy it. Cool. If I remove it and then run Terraform destroy, I have a feeling... Let me actually apply that real quick. I feel like it would leave it running, which would break things because the VPC, it's on the VPC, so... I'm sure Terraforms run into this because people are stupid and they would do both. But just for the sake of doing things the prescribed way, we'll run the apply and then I'll run the destroy. I might want to do kernel and driver stuff someday, just the hello world of all these things to learn the basics. Learning exercises about kernel and driver might be fun. Well, I don't know. What's the hello world of a kernel look like? I don't even know. I know that people use... Is that not very similar to building your own operating system? So if I run destroy, it doesn't... So that's just everything. It's interesting. Still destroying. variables. After this tutorial, we will take a break. There's actual Hello World kernel module tutorial. Where, like, module how? You find it. Have you built that, Arceus? Is that what you do on all of your servers, is just have self-built kernels? You have now enough Terraform knowledge to create useful configurations, but the examples so far have been used hard-coded values. They have used hard-coded values. Oh, Linux kernel programming guide. That's a thing. When the first caveman programmer channeled the first program on a wall, the first computer, it was a program to paint a string hello world and antelope pictures. Roman programming textbooks began Salute Mundi program. That's hello world. Yeah, that's funny. Back in the day, you're a big fan of Linux from scratch. I told you you're running everything. I'm good. In your Learn Terraform GCP working directory, create a new file called Terraform Variables. Learn Linux from scratch. That should, you know what should be the first programming course people take in college? It should be learning Linux. I know that people don't think that's going to be like super helpful for programmers, but I think that's more practical than what they actually do in college. So, but universities have never been about practicality, so I should just take that back. The university education is nothing but impractical. Variables.tf. Paste. Argo, Terraform, and Kubernetes, just a YAML wrangler? Yeah, that's what I do, and I know nothing about Linux, so. Yay me! You know how hard I had to fight to get this YAML wrangling job? Excuse me. That's the wrong variable. Variable. I need to do the file name, the project name. Is that what I need to do? No. That's just defining a default. That's just initializing the variable. I didn't even read this. Should I read this? Well, maybe Cowtail's looking to build the next Ethereum thing. Okay, create a new thing called variables TF with the following things. I need to change that to be US West 3. Well, no, I'm just gonna change that in the variable file. Okay, tip. Terraform loads all files ending in .tf in the working directory, so you can manage your configuration files however you choose. We recommend defining variables in their own file to make your configuration easier to organize and understand. This file defines 4 variables within your Terraform configuration. The project and credential variable in an empty block, and the region and zone variable set defaults. If the default is set, the variable is optional. Otherwise, the variable is required. If you run Terraform plan now, it will prompt you for the values project and credentials file. Let's try that. Nice. I don't know why it prompts you, because it shouldn't be that interactive. Does it write it? It should write it. And then you do the var prefix. Okay, so now we need to change our main. Boom 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 ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. And having variables lets us extract it to multiple variable files. But no, they said to do it in TF vars. Now we need region and zone. Who did that? Ooh. Why did I just change this? Why didn't I set those before I changed it? GCP underscore terraform. No. Key.json. They should all be in quotes, I believe. Because they're all strings. US. No. West 3. Because we still live in Utah. Did my Chewy food get delivered? I think that's what my... Apply configuration. Oh, it's complete as soon as I run this apply. Terraform plan. Uh-oh. I did not name it correctly. It's called credentials file, not credentials file path. I swear I had a Terraform Big Vim plugin once. Oh, we also didn't call it project ID. Cool. Terraformer apply. Yes. Yeah, we destroyed it, so it has to create everything from scratch. And I took away the compute thing, so it's just that output. In the previous tutorial, you used input variables to parameterize your Terraform configuration. Math is important to blockchain stuff, because it's based on cryptography, which is just fancy math. In this tutorial, you will use output values to organize data to an easily queried and displayed to the Terraform user. When building complex infrastructure, Terraform... Oh, goodness. Terraform stores hundreds of thousands of attribute values for all resources. As a user of Terraform, you may be interested in a few values of importance. Outputs designate which data to display. This data is outputted when the apply is called and can be queried with Terraform output commands. Define output for an IP address instance of the Terraform provisions. Create a file called outputs.tf and add the following contents. I could add all of these things to the main file. Correct? They're just showing you how organizing it into different files can be beneficial. In theory, oh my gosh, I am so sorry for yawning like that. I could add everything to a single Terraform file. It's just saying all of the Terraform files in the working directory, smush them together, compile them, and create. That's what it does, right? So it doesn't matter if I put it all in one file or in multiple files. In my head, I've convinced myself, so somebody tell me if I'm stupid. Didn't it say it should come out? Oh, it comes out when you say Terraform apply. So do we need a Terraform plan? We always need a Terraform plan. VM instance has not been declared. Oh, because I deleted it. Look at all these states. Build. No, that was change. There we go. So it's a good thing I ran the plan because I broke things. Okay, so now we should run Terraform apply, Terraform apply. Terraform apply, because I'm apt for Terraform. Terraform bleiben schneiden. It didn't print out the thing. Why didn't it print out the thing? Oh, it's not known yet. Because I broke it. Okay. Known after apply. Changes to output. Let's see. So does anybody know why... There it is. It gave me one. 1080.022, which is an internal one. Does anybody know why the... I want to call it the royal office, or the crown. Why the British royal monarchy didn't just use a deep fake that nobody could detect for that Kate Middleton photo? You think they would have money for that? And I did see it. I saw the thing. Terraform output. Let's try just a Terraform output. Terraform. It seems like Terraform output is only valuable on the machine that you run the... Maybe it's not. Maybe as long as I have the connection, right? The auth statement, I could get that output. Destroy my infrastructure. Next steps include... Let's read what we'll do after we destroy everything. So... that concludes the Getting Started tutorial from Terraform. Oh yeah, there's bad drama about it. I've been seeing it all over the Instagram. basically everyone's like, "Oh, Kate Middleton, it's a fake photo," and the monarchy put it out because, well, basically they're like, "Where has she been? This is a very public figure who's not been in the public eye for months." And so people are spewing rumors about it, and to try and put those rumors to bed, the royal family, that's what they call themselves, the royal family / Kate Middleton released this photo, and it's like really bad photoshopping. And so people are like, "Oh, look, this is her face from a 2020 Vogue picture." But it's legitimate photoshopping, not like 6 hands from a deepfake, 6 fingers. So everyone's like, "Why did she Photoshop it?" And then she wrote a Twitter thing that says, "Oh, I just dabble in Photoshop." But we all know that the I forgot what their name was. Again, the royal family would never let anybody, they would never release anything but a professionally photoshopped photo. Like, you have never seen a casual selfie released from the royal family, right? Like, everything is in place perfect. So, yeah, everyone's just trying to figure out why on earth they're lying to cover their butts about Kate Middleton, because she's the only one in the royal family we like anymore. Because Queen Elizabeth died. So it's just her. So yeah, that's basically it. And so I was just sitting here reading about this. And I was like, why didn't they use a deepfake? It would be much harder to detect a deepfake. They could even do a deepfake of her doing Instagram Live. It'd be so much harder to detect that than it would be able to detect than the visible eye to detect a Photoshop picture. You know, it's like, whatever. Whatever, we'll figure it out. Yes, normal family photos are heavily edited. My sister has gotten family photos where they took her head from one photo and put it onto another, because that's the only way you can get a picture with everyone's eyes open. But it just, I guess my comment is the Photoshop's not the issue. It just doesn't look like somebody professionally Photoshopped it. That's their issue. Modules. Use Packer or Cloud Init to automatically provision SSH keys to a web server. Learn more about Terraform Cloud. What is OCI? Oracle Cloud Infrastructure? I don't care about Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. I don't know what the right configurations to manage multiple pieces. I don't know what's more important for well, I'm going to take a break. Should we do configuration language or modules? Which one? Oh, well, configuration language is longer than modules. I'm only going to take a 5-minute break to go get some lunch, and then we'll do this through lunch, and then maybe we'll do some Zig TwitchBot stuff. You know, just for funs and kicks and giggles. Modules or configuration language? Oh, well, let's do a Terraform destroy. Yes. We should probably do the configuration language first. Because, like, honestly, I could get a little bit better at reading Terraform. I think this will help me get better at reading Terraform. And then these things, these next ones, modules, provision, and state. Which I'm probably not going to do provision. But state for sure. will help me get better at writing Terraform. So we'll start this one next. But first, I'm going to take my dogs to the bathroom and grab me some lunch. I'll be right back. Tell your friends, stand up, get a drink, go to the bathroom. Everybody take a break. Everybody walk away from your computers and come back in 5 minutes. I am back. I am sorry. You've probably all left, but that's fine. We will rebuild. Cowtail, I do have new emotes of my dogs. I've had lots of emotes of my dogs. 'Cause I love them. And I will probably get more. I gotta figure out a dog cam situation. That's the one thing, like, that I feel is legitimately missing from my stream. But the easiest way to do that, good boy, bring your Chewy, or to just have it be an IP address. And I don't want to set, I would have to set that up. So let's start this Terraform configuration language. Woot! Oh, should we watch the video while I'm eating? Okay, I'm gonna mute myself and we'll just listen to the video.
Terraform uses resource blocks to manage infrastructure such as virtual networks, compute instances, or higher-level components such as DNS records. Resource blocks represent one or more infrastructure objects in your Terraform configuration. Most Terraform providers have a number of different resources that map to the appropriate APIs to manage that particular infrastructure type. In this video, you will create an EC2 instance that runs a PHP web application. You will then refer to documentation in the Terraform registry to create a security group to make the application publicly accessible. You can also find all the instructions and code referenced in this video in the text of the tutorial below. To follow this tutorial, you'll need Terraform, an AWS account, AWS credentials configured for use with Terraform, and Git. First, clone the Learn Terraform Resources Git repository, which contains example configuration to provision an AWS EC2 instance, and change into the new directory. There are 5 files in this directory. initscript.sh contains the provisioning script to install dependencies and start a sample PHP application. Terraform.tf contains the Terraform block that defines the providers required by your configuration. Main.tf contains the configuration for an EC2 instance. Outputs.tf contains the definitions for the output values of your resources. readme.md describes the repository and its contents. Now, open main.tf. The first resource block defines a random pet resource named name, which generates a random pet name. You will use the name generated by this resource to ensure that your other resources have unique names. Resource blocks declare a resource type and a name. Together, the type and name form a resource identifier, or ID, separated by a period. The resource's ID must be unique within a Terraform workspace. When Terraform displays information about this resource in its output, it will use the resource ID. Resource types always start with the provider name, followed by an underscore. The random pet resource type belongs to the random provider. The Terraform registry houses the documentation for Terraform providers and their associated resources. Visit the Terraform registry at registry.terraform.io. Open the random pet documentation page. The page contains a description of the random pet resource, example usage, argument reference, and attribute reference. Resources have arguments, attributes, and meta-arguments. Arguments configure a particular resource. Because of this, many arguments are resource-specific. Arguments can be required or optional as specified by the provider. If you do not supply a required argument, Terraform will give an error and not apply the configuration. Attributes are values exposed by an existing resource. References to resource attributes take the format resourcetype.resourcename.attributename. Unlike arguments, which specify an infrastructure object's configuration, a resource's attributes are often assigned to it by the underlying cloud provider or API. Meta-arguments change a resource's behavior, such as using a count meta-argument to create multiple resources. Meta arguments are a function of Terraform itself and are not resource or provider specific. The random pet resource has 4 optional arguments and exposes 1 read-only attribute. Because there are no required arguments, you can define the randompet.name resource without any arguments. The AWS Instance Web resource block defines an AWS instance resource named Web to create an AWS EC2 instance. The arguments inside the AWS Instance Web resource block specify what type of resource to create. The instance type and AMI arguments tell the AWS provider to create a T2 micro EC2 instance using the specified machine image. The user data argument uses the file function to return the contents of initscript.sh. The tags argument specifies this EC2 instance's name. Notice that the argument references the randompet.name's ID attribute to give the EC2 instance a unique name. This creates an implicit dependency between the EC2 instance and the randompet resource. Terraform cannot create the instance until it has a name for it. These are only a subset of the available AWS instance arguments. Refer to the AWS instance documentation for a complete list. In your terminal, initialize your Terraform directory. Apply your configuration to create the 2 resources. Confirm the apply with a yes. It may take a few minutes for AWS to provision the instance. Once that's complete, the domain name output will display your EC2 instance's endpoint. However, if you try to visit the URL, it will not connect. This is because you have not yet configured access to port 80 of the instance. To enable access to the EC2 instance's web server, you must define a security group that allows ingress traffic on port 80 and all egress traffic, and associate the security group with your instance. Open the AWS provider documentation page, search for security group, and select the AWS security group resource. Review the configuration options available on the AWS Security Group documentation page. Then open main.tf. Define a new AWS Security Group resource called web-sg. Name it with the random pet resource. This way, the prefix of the security group name will match your instance. Then allow ingress traffic on port 80. Then, allow all egress traffic for all CIDR blocks. Your security group resource should be similar to this one. Next, update your AWS Instance Web resource to use this security group. Find the documentation for AWS Instance, and then search for Security Group. As specified in the AWS Instance Argument Reference section, the VPC Security Group IDs argument requires a list of security group IDs. Add the VPC Security Group IDs argument to the AWS Instance Web resource by placing the AWS Security Group.websg.id attribute inside square brackets. And be sure to save your changes. Next, apply your configuration. Remember to confirm your apply with a yes. Now verify that your EC2 instance is publicly accessible. In your browser, visit the application URL address from Terraform's output to view the PHP application. It may take a few minutes for all of your resources to be deployed. If you receive a "took too long to respond" message, wait a few minutes before trying again. You can use the Terraform output command to print out your application URL output value. And you can use the curl command to send an HTTP request to the domain name output endpoint. It should return your EC2 instance's ID.
I think right here,
now that you have verified that the EC2 instance is publicly accessible, run Terraform destroy to destroy your resources.
Is a real secret power of using Terraform.
Remember to respond to the confirmation prompt with yes. In this tutorial, you made an EC2 instance publicly available by referencing the Terraform registry to define a security group.
We don't have AWS.
You also reviewed resource arguments and attributes and defined a dependency between resources.
So we're okay. I think there's
To learn more about the Terraform configuration language, check out the documentation at the bottom of this tutorial.
We've looked at most of these. I wanted to look at for each and functions. Because I do think that's something that will become, like, obviously super beneficial for me immediately. Like, there's an immediate use case for that, in my opinion. So we'll go through those, read those, and then we'll be done with Terraform probably and switch to Zig. Just because building is so much more fun than watching videos. In my opinion. If you're Prime, then apparently you can do it yourself. You just watch videos and react to them. Not just, but good following for it. Okay, there's no video. Define a map to configure each project. We have a project. We have a web client and an internal app. Add for each to the VPC. For each var project. Private subnet. Oh. For each project. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing that at the project level. I see. I understand. I'm pretty sure we're not using a template file. Okay. I'm good. I think we're done with Terraform. I think we have finished the Terraform for today, and now we will switch to Zig. We good with that? So let's do Zig plus Twitch. How are we feeling today? We ready for Zig? Do you like the non-Go content? I have done almost exclusively Go for the entire 3 years I've been streaming, and now I'm doing non-Go content. So I want to know, chat. I know you're there, chat. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about not Go? Terraform practice is not in code. Also, why is tweet automated bot not in code? I'll have to go through that. Also, I'm just gonna delete this. Sorry. I won't remember it later. So this is going bye-bye. Bye-bye. No, CD code. CD Zig. CD Zig Twitch chatbot. Source. Main Zig. Oh gosh. Can you believe I wrote that much Zig? I don't even remember doing this. That reminds me. I need to change the Nightbot commands for code to be the Zig code. copy. No, copy link. This is the repo. It's not a meetup. It's not Go. Can you believe it? Can you believe I'm not doing Go? Apparently you all believe it. Everybody in chat believes that I do not. I believe to do. Twitch OAuth is what we need to figure out. That's where we left off, I believe. Oh, hi, Lulu. Did you? Oh, you got the garbage. Lulu dog's got some garbage. There was a specific kind of request we wanted to make. So if we went to the auth code flow, it was, where is it? Client credentials grant flow. This is what we wanted. At least this is what Todd told me we wanted, so if it's wrong, we'll just blame Todd. Right? We have until 3:30 my time. So this is essentially 2 hours. I can't put a marker here? Oh well. 2 hours of Zig learning. Gotta figure out how to use a link. Do I really need to learn a language that's not Go? Do you think I could live the rest of my life and have a fulfilling career as a software engineer only using Go? Now, I have not used Go at work in 8 months, so that's why I'm asking. Will I have a fulfilling career? Okay. I need your advice. I need somebody to tell me. Will I have a fulfilling career without Go? Okay. It is meant only for server-to-server API requests that use an app access token. To get an AppSec token, send a post request to the HTTP auth. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we're just gonna, we have to redo this. See, I only have a main function. No, I have a do auth. Look at this. Somebody set this up. Should I have not deleted that? I feel like this doesn't actually do anything. I feel like, I'm glad they have a testing library built in, but I feel like the tests should be related to what I'm actually building. So I know that the content type was supposed to be URL encoded. We have a client request. We have headers, but we are supposed to be sending a post, right? So there's one. This said it was supposed to be a post. And then we don't have the payload. The payload is supposed to look like this. And I needed to figure out how to do URL encoding in Zig. And I don't think this is something that's going to be like... Oh, the Zig language reference. Oh, they have URI. They have the standard library URI package though, and that's already doing escaping strings. It might. Should we look at it? Oh, did I tell you? Unicode basics in Zig. Let me tell you. There are 2 things you need to know about Zig. How to read the standard library. and this website. Right, Lulu? Oh, she gonna come sit with her mama, Lulu. See, this is why I need a dog camera to know, so that when I'm talking like a baby at my dogs, you don't think I'm just insane. I do have dogs. And they are gorgeous. Oh. Oh, Lulu, I got you. This is not... There we go. This is what I needed. URI. Escape path. Resolve path. Format. Parse. Escaped path. Right to stream. So, why is unescaped string encoding it? Is that it? They don't have an encode. Sorry, my back itches. I'm scratching it now. Unicode encoding form, but that's not URL encoding, is it? What's... It's just written by Christoph IT streams on Twitch. Oh yay! We got balloons again! What the hell? Thought that was a good idea. Redirect URI. Oh, sorry, this is Twitch. I feel like encode. Base 64 encode. Unicode encode. Crypto encode. WASM encode. OS. This payload is not URL encoded, but oop, that's this one. Wait. Well, let's just take a step back. Let's just take a step back and not worry about the encoding. So I think I just needed to define, let's just try this. We'll have a var, auth, payload, just stop, and we're just gonna do it. What did they say I need? I think it was predicting exactly what I want anyway, but let's just go. Well, let's Should we try it with these test parameters? Right, let's just try it with these. I'm sure they're just tests. Try request start. And then we request wait. And then we'll do this exact same thing. And then what's BW? Flush. BW is the byte thing. Oh, the standard out. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. Zig run source main zig. What did I do in line 93? I pasted that. Oh, I don't have my thing. That's true. It's true. Let's not print it. Let's return the body instead. Because they don't really have strings here. I see now. So now, instead of doing all this... Well, we need to do this before we do this. So, yeah, we'll do OAuth. Var payload, var client, right? And this is just gonna, what, Lulu? We'll call it a token. Token equals, do we need to try it? No, we don't need to try it. But we do need to try the standard out print token. Auth payload doesn't like that. Unused local variable. Why is auth payload unused? Oh, because I didn't pass it into the thing, which would be to put it right here. Hey, but at least I remembered the semicolons. Like, that's a big step progress forward. Remembering the semicolons is the biggest deal. What? Function cannot return an error. I don't have an error. Oh, do I have errors because of try? How do I don't know how to return an error in Zig. Zig. Hi, Lulu. Zig reads, when she wants to get my attention, she does 2 things. 3 things. She hits me, she sighs really loud, or she growls. Any error? But, like, what if I want to return more than one thing? Like, great, that has an error, but what if I want to return error and value? And what was it? U8 slice? Oh, is that... What does the exclamation point even mean? Oh, I just need it. Okay. So this thing says there may be an error. That's what that means. Handle the error. That's... I gotta quit comparing Zig to Go, but it's my only point of reference. But I'm just sitting here like, why am I not handling my own errors? Why am I not doing the... Struct declared here. No field 0 named instruct. I knew I was gonna do the client request wrong. I knew it! I knew I was gonna do it wrong, but I will. Oh well. Who's gonna stop me now? Should I post on Substack that I'm streaming? I don't understand social media, I've decided. I've decided I'm a consumer of social media, but I don't understand how it works. So I need to figure out the standard HTTP client thing. Hi, Maximax! So we need to go to the standard library. STD. Oof. HTTP client. Connect, open, no. Basic authorization is, what's a namespace in Zig? What is that? Somebody want to tell me that? We're using request. So we've got client request. No, okay, so go back. We are still on, we need, what, but the function, stop. We use client here, and we do client request. Why is there no client request? Will somebody explain this to me? Like here, there's a request, but that's a type. I don't need a type. I need a function that is request. Am I not supposed to be doing that? Client. DInit, I use that somewhere. Headers, DInit, I use it on headers. I don't forget what example I was looking at. Connect TCP. Oh, that's a good thing to have. Maybe request. I mean, this is pretty typical. Header, method, status version. We do have a header in there. But I thought we were doing a client. Tell me HTTP header, header init, header append. We're adding headers on the request to the client. So we do have a client. Standard here, HTTP client. We set that up with an allocator. Okay, we have an allocator. This is the only field we have. We aren't doing a connection pool. It doesn't default to a connection pool like Go. Why? Why doesn't it do Go? Why? But according to this, there isn't. Where's the standard? This is great. This is fine. Where's the code? Thank you.
It's 1:30 p.m. It's time to stand up and stretch. Let's take a break for 10 minutes.
Okay, so go back. Client this. We have client. Client. Now, we need to find the functions that use client. This is a struct. Function, connection, no. Nope, this is on connection. Request. Request just takes... So dinit acts on request. Redirect acts on request. So I'm missing something. Because it had everything else. It had... Oh, these are connection pool. I don't need a connection pool for this. The connection pool would be much better served when we actually have chat open. Flash. Sounds like the wind's finally coming hit my house. We've had like record-breaking winds out here or something. I'm sorry, my nose itches. I'll leave it alone. Ah! Constant request. Request is a struct. So maybe I'm just creating a struct. With a URI, we provide the client. I think pointers are provided by acting on it. So I think that's fine. We provide headers. And then the other thing we're supposed to be providing that it doesn't feel like we're response is an attribute. Yeah, okay, great. Why are people mentioning me in comments on LinkedIn? I'm pretty cool, but I linked influencers, not my life goal. Oh, I was listed as a female speaker. I am a female speaker. I will be speaking at Data Council in 2 weeks. Your browser does not support playback of Twitch videos? It does too. I just watch it myself. No, that's not what I wanted. So, I guess what's happening is this request is not actually a function. It's literally, I'm not calling a function here. But I'm not creating a client, so it has to be a function. So I think that's old. I don't think request is a thing anymore. I think that's got to be an old version, and they've got some backwards compatibility thing going on. So what I think I want, according to the docs that I was looking at, this is TLS. No, this is HTTP. So I have a client. Don't know if I want open, and open creates a request. And then in request options, which was the whole thing, that's where I put the payload, right? I wish they had some examples of how to write a freaking post in Zig. Perform a one-shot HTTP request with the provided options. I only needed a one shot. That just feels weird. Client fetch options. Method payload. Raw URL keep alive. Headers. This open feels like the right one though. Like open feels right. The issue is I don't know how to attach a payload. Maybe I attach the payload to request. Maybe that was the whole thing. Like, must be called after send but before finish. I think it's right. I think I need to I need to pass it in right. So it shouldn't be here. That's really weird. Okay, so I have a start and a wait and a wait. Oh yeah, okay, so we have to do it in right. So we'll do after start. That feels so weird. It just because I'm so used to go right payload try request, well, try write request dot write. I think I can just do that because I've already put in the content type. I think I can do that. Why did it call a writer first? Why did the example use a writer first? Let's... Why did the example include a writer before? Yeah. All the questions I have about Zig, let's run it. What do you mean there's no start on request? It literally says... They're just like... We're not doing anything different. We had request dnit start. Oh, who killed the... It's a function. Compile error. Cannot form or error without a specifier. So it doesn't like the way I've defined this. The Twitch OAuth API thing. And I'm really confused on that. Does it have error here? Does it have defer basic unreached functions? Pass by... value parameters. Function reflection. Errors. An error is like an enum. However, each error name across the entire compilation gets assigned an unsigned integer greater than 0. You're allowed to declare the same error more than once. If you do, you'll get assigned the same integer. An error type defaults to U16. What if I don't... error union type. An error set type and normal type can be combined with an I-binary operator to form an error union type. Oh, then that's not what I want. I want to return more than one thing. Void can be useful in instantiating generic types. Oh. Void is used for generics. So they don't tell you how to return things. Maybe I can't return. Maybe I should just print it out and not return anything. I can't do that. Maybe I don't need to declare what I return. I only need to declare the error type. Well, so then, what if I just did an S? And again, didn't worry. Oh, S is not a thing. That's why I was doing the U8 slice. Because that's what they said strings were. Oh, goodness. But because of the tries, it thinks there should be an error. Oh, it needed to be the other one, the U8 slice. No. That's fine. Function cannot return an error. Why can this function not... Okay, so if the function's not supposed to return an error, does that mean I do this? I don't think so. That's what I thought. So I need to declare some kind of error then. I don't get it. Somebody with the magic power of omniscience, please explain to me error handling in Zig. Error set type. The global error set type. So this returns X. An error type and a normal type can be combined with a thing for an error union type. You're likely to see an error union type more often than an error by itself. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought doing that means that the function returns either an unsigned 64-bit integer or an error. That's what I thought. But I could do an any error and a thing. Okay, let's try that. No, it didn't like that. It needs to be before. I knew that. I'm gonna get confused by where these square brackets go. What do you mean you cannot form our error union without specifier? I literally put that there. This is not a thing. String is not a thing. That's a font. So if string is not a thing, then why on earth am I... Who knows? Who knows? I don't think that's gonna work. I still don't know what's up. It doesn't like this. I wonder if it likes this. Doesn't like that either. In my head, it should be this, though. Like, this to me is exactly what it should look like. Am I wrong? Am I right? What do you think? Just scrolling. I don't get it. But I don't get it. I'm cold though. Maxie, why am I so cold? Am I getting chills because Zig is so cool? Am I getting chills because of Zig? Why? That is the question. Oh my goodness. The founder... GopherCon early bird tickets aren't sold out yet? Oof. They're gonna have a rough time selling tickets then. I don't get it. Cowtail. I wonder how Go compiles. I've heard they don't use LLVM, so I wonder if they're going directly machine code for each. Yes, Go has its own compiler written in Go, and it compiles directly to assembly. They used to use a compiler written in C++. But they have a whole team of people that just maintain their compiler. But for a long time, like when the M1 came out, they couldn't figure out how to compile, so they used Zig. TinyGo uses LLVM, so... But I think the only reason they wrote their own compiler in C++ and then in Go was to compile fast. Like, one of the reasons they wrote Go was because C took so long to compile. So, like, having its own compiler is part of what is intrinsic to Go, I think. But not any other modern programming language. Even though modern programming, like, none of the other ones really take a long time to compile either. It's not... I don't know. Zig's... I haven't written a complex Zig program. It's not taking that long, though. But I think the compiler is open source, so you can read it. Like, you can go look at it. It's just part of the standard library, I believe. Movie ads feel... Oh, what was that? Which one? I've been getting ads on the ones I'm not subscribed to. I've been getting a lot of gifted subs. There was a movie... yeah, and there have been a lot of movie ads. For Peacock, yeah, the one where the mom dies. That one I got a lot. The only thing I watch on Peacock is The Office, so... Oh, yeah, I've been watching The Office. The potential of Go with Zig's air handling. Toxneb, thanks for following. That's literally how they... Thanks, how are you doing? Glad to have you here. You a Zig programmer, or just here for the fun? I really don't care. I just... Should we send it to GPT and see what it says? I doubt ChatGPT can do anything. Oh! Awesome! I'm glad we met at that meetup, and I'm glad you followed. Glad to be here for the fun. Meetups are great. At Tiger Beetle. Oh yeah, Tiger Beetle was on was on Prime stream. Catch can be unreachable. Air Enum. Here for the fun. I don't know if you can hear the music, but I'm probably just gonna start making up songs. to the music. And so if you can't hear the music, you'll hear me singing to the music. I'm probably going way too fast. I think I understand the premise of Zig's error handling, and I'm okay with that. It doesn't need to be explicit like Go's, because I guess it's not garbage collected, which is fine. I think another one of the reasons Go built their own garbage collector, with their own compiler, was for their garbage collector. I'm learning Zig and I can't figure out error handling help. It's very implicit. It's very, very implicit. I don't have it. I think I figured out. Rust. Everything but the error handling makes you scream. That's a good tagline. Ziglearn. Error out of memory. Yes, I understand that I have to define errors, and I don't want to. I understand that. And I understand the try. What I'm failing to understand... I'm glad I found this website. This is new. All of Rust is screaming if you don't give it what it wants. Rust is just constantly screaming. And then... the second... And then you give it a lollipop, it stops screaming. As soon as the lollipop's gone, it starts screaming again. So, yes. I've never heard a crab make sound, but apparently they scream. You know, I want you to know, I've gotten farther building something in Zig than I've ever gotten building something in Rust. And I think... Okay, so... This is my problem. My problem is not understanding errors or understanding returns. My problem is trying to return a string. Because strings don't exist. That's it. Okay. Zig function return string. I could be doing ziglings. They go to Reddit. Do they not have Stack Overflow for this? So they just go to Reddit? Do I have to return a type interface? I think... Zig in 30 minutes? None of this is true. Apparently a lot of people are trying to learn Zig. Let's check out Reddit. No, this isn't returning anything. I don't want to pass a string. Rust has a neat meme with the crab mascot, being that all things in the animal kingdom eventually converges on the crab aesthetic. Rust being the idealized programming language as well. I don't know. Only if you're in the Biden White House is it the ideal programming language. Everybody else in the world is just using C, but you know, the Biden White House wants you to use Rust. I don't want to return slice from functions. This is a fun... You know, The only thing Go did for modern programming languages was normalize the idea of having fun mascots. The end. And then people like Mariah just steal them and use them as emotes on their stream. That's what we do. Returning slices from functions. Okay, show me how to... Oh, we have to coerce the type? Oh, we should have C++ be a rat and C be a mouse. So I need to coerce the type? Okay, type coercion is something I do not understand. So I need this, and I need this. And I probably want an any error too. Where'd it go? No, I need it in front of what I'm returning, not in front of that. We don't talk about... We don't... How? What? Why are you allowed to say that word? That... Java is pretty much a banned word on this stream. Sorry. See? Should we just do this? Should we go? Enable this setting to give Nightbot check the user's name against the blacklist too. Exempt users. Okay. Well, I mean, you've got some kind of privilege there because that is a banned language, banned word on my stream. So I need to coerce the type when I return it. Now let's try. Oh, somebody fix that. Fix it. 66. Carry out order number 66. Oh, so if somebody decides to name themselves Java Guru, we would just basically not allow them. I think that's fair. They should just go stream on LinkedIn Live. If your primary language of streaming is Java, just go on LinkedIn Live. I think that's pretty fair. I was watching Point Crow yesterday, and he totally bashed on LinkedIn Live. It was just really funny. C#'s mascot. Oh, I'm gonna go back to any error then. I think I should keep that at any error. I haven't actually written any C#. Okay, so it can't be that. I haven't written any C#, but C# and .NET are very similar. And if we've got a rat and a mouse, should we... I hate spiders, though. Like, spiders freak me out. Like, if we want to talk about somebody with arachnophobia, I wouldn't say I have severe arachnophobia, but I definitely have it. Some form of it. Like, I cannot. I cannot. Cannot. I won't even kill them. I make other people kill them for me. I can't be in the same room as a spider. I vacuum, like, I'll get a vacuum with, like, the extender hose, and that's it. 6 feet away at all times. Tuna fish? Why? Why tuna fish? Can you explain that one to me? Oh, my garbage can has blown over in front of my house. Oh, net's for catching fish. Okay, I'll get it. I'll take that. Nets for catching fish. Okay, let's get rid of this. We will figure out this error. Just give me a minute. Okay, this is still gonna break. Okay, expected type. But we found errors because of the tries, yes. I don't know if that's what my return should be, because it told me in the article with the mascot, that the only thing I in order to coerce the error, this is what I need to do. So if I didn't have any tries, this would be the correct way of doing it. The issue is I have a try. F sharp could be another fish. F sharp is functional though. So I feel how much can an iguana know about programming? This feels like a dinosaur more than an iguana. This feels like an iguana for sure. Okay, but here's the thing though. We're gonna compare iguanas to crabs. Iguanas at least have digit claws. Crabs only got 2 pinchers. So like they're the best. I can't see, like, could they type like this? I don't think they could do. I don't think so. Okay, so I'm changing my mind. We're not returning anything. I think this is actually an anti-pattern in Rust. What we should be doing is we should be passing the variable that it can update. I believe that is the correct way. Crabs could type in binary, then they would only need zeros and ones. I agree with that. That's how they would type. Okay, so we're killing this. So if I remember correctly, this should just be an any error, right? So if we are going to allow it to return any error type, we put a void. And then we need to pass the correct parameter, which was somewhere. No, where was that? We did this somewhere. We did this where we're like, hey, pass it in and then update. Pass it and then update. Pass and update. Why do they only have tests for pointers? In Go, you would use a pointer for this. That's why I went to pointers, but I don't feel like that is the correct way to do it here. I don't know why you can't press rewind song. F sharp being functional. I don't know what fish or aquatic species mirrors that. Yeah, I was trying to think of that, and the only thing I could think of would be something that's like a parasite. But I feel like that's taking functionality the wrong way. So I would go to something. F sharp could be a cuttlefish, yeah. Or one of those things that are like not codependent, but those animals that live in like biomes and like give back to it. So like an anemone and a clownfish kind of a thing, where like they survive based on each other. So like I would be like, I wouldn't say that it is the clownfish, but I would say it could probably be like a sea anemone, where the clownfish is the functions. I don't know what I'm looking for. I would be okay with cuttlefish, though. Not that my opinion matters that much. I agree. I like cuttlefish is a good choice. No, see, all of these still declare what it's returning, even when it's operating on something. Like, see, this is operating on it. Oh, I just read that. So how would... Am I just making this function too complex? There's no way. There's no way this is that complex. Where is my zig guide to functions? No. Didn't we have another? This was the zig guide. There was another one that was like learn zig. Loops as expression, optionals. Sentinel termination? I don't even know what that is. Okay, so... Does Zig have like a Discord or something? They've got to have some kind of community forum. Machine code or assembly would be Siphonophore? What is that? Siphonophore. Yeah, yes. I like how everything is becoming aquatic animals, and Go is a gopher. This is an iguana. Some languages are beverages. I guess Python is a snake, but is it really a snake? So it was named after a comedy troupe, so should it just be a group of British men? Okay, I'm gonna see. We're gonna ask, how do you know anything about the Zig? I've given up. This is how you know you've given up in life. The very primal feeling of that is exactly what you get from the siphonophore. You know, Zig, I do not see the difference between Zig and Rust right now. So, okay. Can you tell me what is wrong with this function? What is wrong with this function? Haskell is a giraffe. Oh, let's get rid of all these comments. I didn't know Haskell had one. I also ignore Haskell, so. The lambda signal looks like a giraffe? Okay, so this is telling me what it does. It doesn't tell me how to fix it. Looks like you're providing a snippet of code. Okay. Oh, did I not ask what was wrong with it? Can you fix the above function? It does not function. It does not run. Oh, look, it said I needed to do something. What does it say? Oh. Okay. What is ladder script? I've never heard of ladder script. And they have a turtle? Latte script, sorry. See, clearly it doesn't care. And nobody cares if you say, if you type JavaScript. It doesn't care. Latte script is funny though. Clearly my moderator, Nightbot, does a horrible job at cleansing the stream. So this is to do it the way I'm doing it. But I think I should pass the allocator in that we're already giving it. I think that's a good idea. Because if I do that, here's the peacock ad again. Well, then don't hurt your mother. Oh, I'm not calling that allocator. Well, the allocator's up here. That's why, because it was a global. The allocator's a global. I don't need to worry about it. Well, now I'll take it out of global. Well, if you've done that, I think basically what the ad is telling you is that Mariah is milking for Prime subs. And so I want everybody that watches this channel to be subbed so that they never have to deal with ads. Because the ads are ridiculous. That's where we're at. That's it. I just want you to give me your Prime subs. Where did... True. I 100% am just milking you right now. So now I have an allocator that's passed in, so that feels better. The other thing, again, I'm not saying that ChatGPT is correct, but maybe Mariah was wrong. This is the one thing that's really weird to me. Why did it do that? That's not something I've seen in any of the docs. Who taught you to write Vim? Zig. Who taught you to write Zig? As an AI, I don't have a single teacher or source of learning programming like Zig. Instead, I've been trained on a diverse data sets for programming concept. Good answer. This is a much easier way of doing it. I should be doing debug prints for everything. What if I did client fetch body auth payload instead of what I'm doing right now? Anyway, okay, so basically the try shouldn't matter. This is not a thing, though. Okay, should we... Zig didn't build. Type memory color. Oh, I found it. It needs to be referenced. It needs to be a pointer. Oh, it didn't like that. Oh, what? So it wants it to be a var, not a const? That's the difference? Is that what ChatGPT did? ChatGPT, what did you do? No, it did a const allocator. But this is just for type coercion. It's not for whatever. So undo that. Oh, but they did a general purpose allocator onto the heap. I'd like a new programming language designed from the ground up for embedding programming with a lot of tooling and modern syntax sugar. Are you sure that's not just Java? Just kidding. I'm interested to see where modern programming languages go. Because right now you've got the Go camp, which is definitely manhandled by Google, and then you have the Rust camp with the Rust Foundation that manhandles its users. So I'm interested. I think we're going to change it to this. I have made a decision, and allocator is now this. And this is not a thing anymore. I've changed my mind. Perfect. So get rid of you. So now this is just a type coercion thing. No. Run! Dang it. Okay, so I should quit looking at this as the, like, what you should do. Because clearly it's not correct. But I think I can just get rid of this pointer now. And we can go back to dealing with our weird return issues. I agree. Rust could use some simplification, but I feel like a lot of the simplification would come from adding it. Like, a lot of what makes Rust hard is it's set up so that the compiler can literally manage memory for you instead of having the garbage collector do it. Like, that's what I... Cannot format error union without a specifier. So it is an error union. And we have a specifier, don't we? Like, isn't that it? Ugh. So, back to the error union. How? This is not... I'm just typing this for fun, and then I'm gonna go read it somewhere else. Do error unions in Zig work? This is straight off of the documentation. Oh my gosh. I forget that JadZippity just literally... ChatGPT just explodes. Yeah, they're as good of a starting point as Wikipedia. I think they're useful. I use it all the time. It helps me write blog posts while I'm at the gym. But I've never found it super useful for software, I guess. That's like the one thing I've never found it useful for was software. Where's my mouse? Here it is. Yeah. What is the problem? The problem is Bang. The problem is when people expect it to be the end all be all. Yeah, I agree. That is definitely the problem. It is just a beginning. I don't understand error unions. Do you have better error unions? No. Void means don't return anything, right? And then this is said, or an error. I don't get it. How many hours have I spent trying to figure this out? It could help you search for it. But how much of that is learning how to use the tool correctly? Oh, did you ask for something about food? Who's hungry? Okay, 1 hour until my meeting. Do you think we'll figure out error unions by then? I love Zig, but one decision I don't grok is why error handling only works on error enums. Why can't we have unions? I thought that's it. That doesn't make any sense. If you give it code, it does a good job of explaining that. Yes, I agree. I just never do that. It's just not a use case I've run into, I guess. Maybe the return type does need to be a const. I don't understand. I'm gonna Google the error. That's the last thing I haven't done. What do you mean? Error. I thought that's how you did errors. Like, will somebody tell me how else to do errors? I just... Why are they defining these in tests and not writing? I know 0% dig is the problem that this array of pointers to U8. Maybe. So they don't have strings in Zig. They only have slices to uint essentially, because everything is UTF-8. And so they say, why even have strings when we can just have an array of bytes? And this is how they define an array of bytes. So that's that. It says to coerce it with the ampersand at the bottom. And then the last problem I'm running into... Oh, I put the const in the wrong part. Is figuring out how to do the function. And yes, it's a string, which is an array of characters, so a string, but it's not like a type. And so that's why it's a little bit confusing, and so I'm trying not to change the type too much, because the type is, like, correct. The issue here, in my opinion, is I don't know how to correctly handle the error. Now, I know I'm getting errors. Let me, and I'm just talking out loud here. So, in the opinion of me, and only me, somebody just sent me a spam email to win a cruise. I don't want to go on a cruise. Plus, these are not mine. These are from the Twitch website, so sorry. So from what I've understood, every time I'm using a try, and obviously I'm also using a catch here because I copied it from somewhere else. Let's kill that. Which means I should probably also use a try over here on the reader. Oh, it has a catch and reachable on the other one, which means I pasted it from somewhere. So every time you you have an error, you should be using a try or a catch. That's as much as I know. And so the fact that we are using tries here every third line means that we should have some kind of error handling. In the main function, we have a void, which means only errors. This makes you motivated to use a GC language with UTF-8. That is called Go, and it's what I use with. If I did not say, "Hey Mariah, you need to have more than just Go on your resume," I would use that again. But Mariah needs to have more than just Go on her resume. And that's where we're at. And so when am I going to use not Go? On Twitch. I guess I use Python at work once every 3 years, but if you want a GC language that's easy to write and fast to run, I highly recommend the Go programming language. If you want to learn about it, guess who? I am a Go programming language instructor. I will be teaching another one in June, so if you have O'Reilly, you can do there. I'm also really interested in starting to do, like, non-O'Reilly courses. I just am really hesitant to schedule them without knowing what the vested interest is. And so, because the last thing I want is nobody to show up or everybody to come not be ready for the course. So, yeah, I am dev.zig. Error. File open error. You feel satisfied using Rust and Dino at the moment? Gives you a good rate? I bet it does. If you ever need to scale, I mean, Rust will scale, but Go will scale so much faster. But I don't think Go's gonna help you build a CPU emulator. So yeah, okay. So it can inference the type. It can do parameter reflection, and it can do pass by inference. But can it... Should we just go look in the Rust... Where is Zig? Where is the Zig on GitHub? I'm just gonna go look at the Zig standard library. Until I find what I want. Is that bad? Yeah, we gotta go to the standard library. But, like, somebody's gotta be doing this, right? Somewhere in here, there has to be a U8 thing. It goes the other way. It's gotta go the other way. No, it's gotta be somewhere, right? Right there. That's a thing! It's a thing! So I was right. So I done something else. Oh, okay. It's crazy that Chromium is millions of lines of code. Well, I'm using, well, I guess this is. Arch browser is Chrome based, right? Everything is. So then, this isn't the problem. Oh. That's not the the problem isn't the syntax. Okay. We've established that the problem is not syntax. Hello, Discord. Somebody just joined my Discord. The only thing on my Discord ever are code reviews and Talk Snib. Welcome to Discord. The only thing on there are code reviews. I'm sure I'll post more eventually. I just am not organized as a content creator at this point. So, did it not add this? Okay, so here it is. Public function. No, it doesn't define error all the time. It doesn't. Let's go in here. Cause this ASCII one, okay, somebody decided that a poop emote was appropriate. A B C D E F G. In the test, we got poop emotes. You know, you have a piece of high quality code. I guess I will give Zig props for this. High quality code can store and process poop emotes. It's good plumbing. Where'd it go? Okay, so we have this. Const try allocator alloc return upper string. So this is returning a string and it's got a try in there. Maybe my function is too big. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I'm trying to do too much. So let's consolidate this a little bit and just go back. Okay. So we have a URI, we post. And so what if we start by, instead of, okay, I'm gonna comment this out and we're just gonna step through it. Unused local variable. URI is unused local variable. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Ad break in progress. I usually don't start my stream until about now. So I am 4 hours in to what I usually wouldn't even have started doing. So let's... Okay, I'm going back to client request. Let's... This client request thing. It was a URI that it accepts somewhere. What is it? It's a type. Can I just return a URI? Because I'd like to do that. But I won't. I'll print it. Standard. Oh, I can't print to standard out, but I can do... Oh, can we do a debug print? Yeah. No, I don't want the client. I want the URI. Well... Function return type declared here. Ooh, is the problem that there's a space there? No. There's a space in the pub function thing. Are the ones... I got balloons again! I don't understand why my serious face makes my camera want to throw balloons up. 'Cause it does. It really makes my thing feel like balloons. Balloons! It's always on a... No, this one doesn't have it. Try allocator dupe. Obviously, there's a try somewhere where that's instantiated, where it's created. Actually, these do. So, where's the one? There's one with a try somewhere, wasn't there? Am I just inventing things and there was never any tries on these? Oh, this one has a try. Okay. Well then, let's get rid of the client allocator then. And just do the try on the URI. That fair? So now we have a try, a string, and a try means an error. Expected arguments, and yes, I needed to remove that expected argument. Okay, so it doesn't... Oh, I don't have the... I removed my coercion. Okay, so let's put the coercion back. Cannot format error without a specifier, i.e. But we have that. Right? Like... we have that, right? Time to be real. What about bang? Before that on the token? Wouldn't that undo the coercion though? Like, see? I feel like that undoes the coercion. Does it not undo the coercion? Okay, chat. If you want to be on the Be Real, then post some emotes for me. The dance ones would be appreciated. Is anybody... I'm taking a Be Real, so... You got it! What if... Okay, now this is gonna be... This should still break. Okay. Good. Good. It still broke. This is not Rust. This is Zig. And I will say that they have nothing in common. Rust and Zig. Completely opposite. What if this was a constant instead of a var? I can't return a URI. It's also not a string. I'm just really interested, I guess, in how this will turn out. Sorry. I don't even know why I'm looking at this. So, the star const array of uint is rarely a useful type since slices are pointers already. As the compiler told you, the literal sample has type const of length 6 to 0, const a single terminal. The issue is, I don't think the issue is the type. I think the issue, at least in my head. Oh, sorry. The issue is the error. Because if I do this, right, and just have it be a whatever, which now it's gonna say, why didn't we get the error? That didn't save. I broke Vim again. Just got my computer's been really struggling with NeoVim. Only when I stream. But you know what hasn't crashed today? Our display port, our display link, our teleprompter software hasn't crashed, which is good. So, this was the last time it was saved? Oh, well. I decided I wanted it to be a constant. Constant URI equals try, because we have to, I don't know why, but you have to try this. And then we want to return, and then we don't want to return the URI, we want to return token. And so now we run that, and so now I can do this. And I forgot my thing again. No, I have that. 65 does have a semicolon at the end. What do you mean? Expected semicolon after statement? Did I say const bytes try whatever wrong? I don't think I did. Unused local variable. It is. This is also not a string, but I think it casts it as into a string, so we're okay. No, I already did that. Okay. Oh, we got a const. Which goes back to what Toxneb said. So Toxneb was right. That's weird. So now, let's kill this weird coercion thing. And now... Okay. The token is wrong because there's no error in the return statement. Is that where I'm at? That doesn't... Okay, sorry. Don't ignore me. Ignore me. I'm reading things in between, so far in between the lines at this point. So here, where did you go? You have this. We have error out of memory, and that's the error we'd expect for an allocator, correct? Where is return? So every one of these returns are not standalone types. They're a little bit more complicated than that. And so I think that is correct. So I think... Do we need to have catches instead of tries? Okay, I'm going back to this one. Where does it talk about try? It's in errors, isn't it? Okay, let's start with catch. If you want to provide a default value, you can use a catch binary operator. In this code, number will be equal to the successful parse string or the default value of 13. Okay, so if I don't want to be default, I don't use catch. Try says you want to return the error if you got one. Otherwise, continue with the function logic. Try evaluates an error union expression. If it is an error, it returns the current function with the same error. Otherwise, the expression results in an unwrapped value. Okay, so in our return, we aren't doing an error because it's just a hard-coded value, which means we don't want an error because it's not in our return explicitly. I think here, maybe you know that with complete certainty an expression will never be an error. In this case, you have whatever catch unreachable. Here you know that 1, 2, 3 will parse successfully, so we put an unreachable value right on the right hand side. Unreachable generates a panic in debug and release safe modes and undefined behavior in release fast and release small modes. So when we are debugging an application, there was no surprise error here. If there was no surprise error here, the application would crash appropriately. You may want to take a different action for every situation. For that, we combine if with a switch. Oh, so we do error handling explicitly with ifs and switches. Error defer. The other component of error handling is a defer statement. In addition to unconditional defer, dig has error defer, which evaluates the deferred expression on the block exit path if and only if the function returned with an error from the block. Neat thing about this is you can get robust error handling without verbosity and cognitive overhead of trying to make sure every exit path is covered. The deallocation is always directly following the allocation of code. So deallocate's a different function though. Okay, so what have we learned about errors? Okay, so for what we want, this is correct. So everything I said was wrong. Sorry, chat, everyone in chat. Everything I said was wrong. This is, in fact, what we want. Now, what we need to do is take all of this up. And I don't know. Actually, so if we were to do URI, like this is what we need. And this is the correct way to handle the error, is to not have like 17 errors like I was doing, but just have the one. Yeah, so do-auth is not a thing anymore. And now the error is associated to this. Right? Okay, not quite. Thanks, Talks. Have a good Good rest of your afternoon. I've got to leave in 5 minutes. I've got a call. So I'll be back. But let's go ahead and let's raid somebody. For now. Because I don't want to be on my meeting. So. We'll just go over here. We'll find somebody to raid. Who we got? Should we do Maddie Two Shoes, Bash Bunny, Adam Learn Live? Anybody got any opinions?
Right, there's 22.
Obviously, I'm watching Salty Dolphin.
Okay, we've done this next one today. The one after this next one is the one I'm worried about.
I expect everybody to answer.
By worried, I mean I don't think I've ever practiced it. So. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
Maddie Two Shoes. Okay. Polls up for 5 minutes. Let's...
The garden.
In 5 minutes, we will close this out. So you got 5 minutes to vote, and I expect everyone to vote.
In the garden. So we go to start.
So vote. Get your votes on. And I will... Is that not... Can you not do a type when you return a function? I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure you can do types. Right? We can do types when you do functions. What if I did literally like return the escape path? What if I did that? Should we try that? Oh, I can't do the escape path without an allocator. What is parse error and a URI? See, it returns the URI here, but it's local to here. So. How's the poll going? Anybody voted? Come on, guys. I know it's not empty. Or is everybody just gonna leave chat? Because I've gotta go. You gonna leave chat? Because I gotta go. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Okay, I got this. Get checkout dash B. Mariah off. Got it. Ready? It's a main function now. So what am I missing? You're gone. You're gone. Okay. Get URI doesn't need to be called anymore. And now, because it's a branch, I don't have to save my... Where are we print? I'm using bytes twice. Where? I am using bytes twice. I'm also doing this twice. I forgot we had to try that. I have no clue how error handling works. That is the issue. TLS initialization failed. Oh my goodness. Okay. Guys, nobody cares. Nobody cares who we raid. Okay. Okay, well, I will see you. I gotta go to meeting.